Good morning, America. I'm going to get started real quick because they're about to do their pledges. They're sending all the members to the arena. So we're going to honor our beautiful country of America, and then we're going to start the forward pledge. So I'm going to play a couple of ads, and then we'll get right into that.
Greensburg Power of the Past, presenting sponsor of Live at 5 on WTRE at the Decatur County Fair. Mark your calendars for this year's Greensburg Power of the Past show, August 13th through the 17th. Young farmers need to focus on building strong connections to their community, sharing their deep love of land and place, and helping people understand the value and importance of farming done well. The Hulsbosch Dairy family celebrates our 4-H youth, congratulates them for their hard work and dedication, and encourages a continued interest in agriculture for their future.
So welcome back. We are about to do our pledges.
Good morning, ladies and gentlemen. We're getting started today with the Pledge of Allegiance and the 4-H pledge. For the Pledge of Allegiance, I have Lily Asher to lead that today. So if you guys would all stand, we're going to go ahead and do the Pledge of Allegiance. I pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States. All right, and I have Grace Schutte, one of our 10-year members, to do the 4-H pledge with us this morning.
I pledge my head to clear thinking, my heart to greater loyalty, my hands to larger service, my love, my community, my country, and my world.
All right, let's give those ladies a big round of applause, and we'll get started with your beef show today. Thank you.
All right, good morning, everyone. Welcome to the Decatur County 4-H Beef Show. My name is Scott Sanders. We'll get some hardware stuff out of the way here. I want to thank our project leaders, David and Becky Vandiver. Our ring stewards today will be Rocky Hudson, Landon Nobby, Nathan Nobby, Dennis Holkey, and I think Jack Caffey's helping around. I got yelled at by him the other day for not mentioning. Our show volunteers, Beth and Ryan, Katie Vandiver. We definitely will have this later, but we're going to call out our first-year members, Levi Biltz, Brinley Doig, Emmett Evans, and Garrett Scudder. So it's great to have new kids in the project. And our 10-year members, Luke Caffey and Grace Schutte. We'll be starting in just a couple seconds here with our Class 1 Angus heifers. We need Chase Moeller and Tessa Moeller to the makeup ring. Peyton Coors, Haley Stewart for Class 2, and Class 3, Lily Asher, Grace Schutte, and Ella Stewart. Please be getting those heifers to the makeup ring. First class of Angus heifers, Chase Moeller and Tessa Moeller. These heifers were both born in the fall of 2024. Our judge today is Tom Knotts. teacher at Hamilton Southeastern. He's an Angus breeder, well known in the state of Indiana. Has a grandson named Leon. I have known Tom for over 50 years. He will do a great job. I have a picture of him and I. He picked me to win Grand Champion steer in like 1979 or something. He's one of the few things here that's older than me, so it's pretty cool. So Class 2 Angus heifers, Peyton Course, Haley Stewart should be in the makeup ring. Class 3, Willie Asher, Grace Schutte, Ella Stewart. And we'll be picking our champion Angus heifer in reserve. So Class 4, Key and Mia heifers, Sam Caffey, please be heading to the makeup room.
The first class of the day.
We're going to have 22 heifers, 4 cow-calf pairs, 5 starter heifers, 10 starter steers, 27 market animals today, 68 animals total. Scott Sanders is our ring announcer for today. He's been traditional ring announcer for several years. Very well experienced and well respected animal breeder, cattle breeder here in the community. We also have Jaden Lawrence with us today. How are you, Jaden?
It's pretty good. Hope it's not as hot as the past few days.
No, it's been quite heat stress
Yeah,
lately.
yesterday was pretty bad.
Now you are the king,
Yep.
4-H Fair King. So what kind of royalty activities are in your for you this week?
So I just walk around, promote 4-H in a way, trying to encourage membership among the youth and encourage being a high quality 4-H member. Just like be nice to everybody, shake everyone's hand, you know, kind of like the basics to respect. But I would say I just go to the shows, show what 4-H is being about. If you don't get a high placing, you still show a smile, be happy, and you have the honor to compete. So I would say that's kind of my role, is to go around, go to the vendors. Either yesterday or 2 days ago, I was at a baby show, so that was a new one for me. But
Well, I'm impressed by the activity of not only the youth, but the support given to this youth by the parents and the other senior members. I've watched several senior 4-H members give advice and help these kids prepare their animals for their shows.
well, the current ringleader, the one pushing the one cow there, he was a really big 4-H member too. Jack Cathy, he was a 10-year member in multiple animals, I believe, and he's still involved in the agriculture committee. I know he works at Premier Ag, I believe, and he still does a lot with 4-H and stuff.
Well, very good. It's nice to see these kids continue their experience through 4-H. And there are several. We've got 2 10-year members, Luke Caffey and Grace Schutte. Several first-year members, Levi Biltz, Brimley Doig, Emmett Evans, and Garrett Scudder. So a wide cross-section of youth from every age through this fair this year. in watching these judges the last couple of days, they have a very difficult job.
Yeah.
I mean, trying to judge between two animals that each in their own standing have great condition and great things, great advantages, and trying to determine which one is better than the other, that's got to be a difficult decision.
Especially with showmanship too.
Oh, exactly.
I think that'd be harder than judging the animals themselves.
Let's put your hands together for these two young people out here showing their Angus fall calves. We got a nice pair of heifers here. The one's a little younger and the other one's in November, one's in October. But I'll tell you what, when you look at them and analyze them, I'm going to leave them just like they are. I think there's a little more structural correctness, a little more femininity. The way that heifer that the young man has just lays in a little nicer and smoother in her shoulder. She's a little lower from her hooks to her pins, just a little nicer balanced. The heifer that the young lady's got, big stout heifer, a lot of bone, a lot of foot size, a lot of length, probably more pounds performance, but just doesn't put together a little straighter shoulder, wants to get her head down a little bit, and she wants to just round off her head a little bit. Let's give them a nice round of applause as they leave the ring. All right, congratulations, Chase Moore, first in Class 1 Angus heifers. We're now ready for Class 2 Angus heifers, Peyton Coors and Haley Stewart. Peyton's heifer was born May 6th of 2024, and Haley's was born April 23rd. We need Class 3 Angus heifers, Lily Asher, Grace Judy Ellis Stewart in the makeup room. Class 4 P&E heifers, Sam and Kathy, please be heading that way. And then we'll follow that up with Class 5 Hereford heifers. Once again, our judge today is Tom Yance. Tom's been a Hamilton Southeastern young ranking member, but he's taken numerous kids to judging teams all across the country, very prominent with his judging teams. He's an Angus breeder, judged here at our fair several times, and must be pretty proud of his grandson, because that's the one thing he mentioned here. We got Peyton Coors and Haley Stewart in the ring. got another nice pair of Angus heifers out here. They're sort of different type and kind. We got a pair of heifers here that we got this heifer. I think the young lady said she was an April. Really a moderate frame, really straight line. She's got some balance to her and eye appeal. She's just a really, she's a heifer that's really got a, okay, and let's see how that works. So, just a really balanced, nice made kind of a heifer. The heifer here behind her, okay, we're switching gears here. Reminds me of the Beef Congress in 1987. So anyway, a little more moderate frame, really a little nicer looking heifer to look at, a little more eye appeal, a little more femininity. Heifer here behind, talk about a big stout heifer, super foot size. She's got a lot of power, depth of body, the muscle, all those. Maybe doesn't balance up as well. She wants to break behind her shoulder. She's kind of round off over her hip, but a nice pair of heifers here. I'm going to go ahead with a young lady in the green shirt to win, and the heifer here in the corner in the pink shirt or orange or whatever we call that will be second. Let's give them a nice round of applause as they get ready to leave the ring.
You're going to wear me out walking around all day. I'll try to be ready. For the fourth girl.
Yes.
First in Class 2, Angus heifer, Peyton Coors. Second, Haley Stewart. We are now ready for Class 3, Angus heifers. Lily Asher with a heifer born February 18th, 2024. Grace Schutte, January 6th, 2024. And Ella Stewart with a fall born November 30th, 2023.
Pavey Stockyards, a locally owned and operated business for over 70 years, is currently buying all classes of livestock. Located at 324 West McKee Street in Greensburg, Pavey's has a rich history in Decatur County. Pavey's stockyard owner Alan Meyer, along with cattle buyer Carl Meyer, secretary-treasurer Carol Narwald, and barn manager Larry Lawson, conduct business daily and invite you to call 812-663-4611 for current pricing.
Peyton Coors, if you could keep your heifers in the makeup ring after this class, we'll be showing you for champion Angus heifer. Seeing Kathy, Class 4 Q&E heifers, and Hudson Muckerhide, Class 5 Hereford heifers. We'll be heading to the makeup ring.
much like the rest of the judges this week that I've watched, they have been very careful, very methodical, taking a lot of time, really paying attention to each calf as they either stand or take a walk around the show ring. If you're watching this, you can see that that judge is very attentive to different features of the animal being shown.
What heifer division is this?
Class 3 Angus heifers.
So we have
Lily Asher, Grace Schutte, and Ella Stewart.
So we have 3 classes of Angus heifers.
There has been. This is the final class.
Three Angus heifers, Lily Asher, Grace Schutte, and Ella Stewart. This is a nice threesome of Angus females out here. They're a little different age, but they're all about the same age, and they said they had them all bred, and that's always a good thing. Seems like this year's been a really challenging year to try to get that done, so getting them bred and having them bred, that's big, real big. So anyway, let's talk about the heifers. This class here, I'm going to go ahead and start with the heifer here to my right. You want to go ahead and bring your heifer on up here and just kind of set it up. The heifer puts the most good things together for me in one package. She's got plenty of power and punch. She's a heifer that's got enough look and eye appeal to her. Would like to maybe make her a little more flexible off both ends, but again, she's a really nice made heifer. She's got a lot of good things. Now coming down here to this pair, there's some give and take. We got a heifer here. The young lady said that she's a November. We got another heifer here. It's a little bit older, younger, but nice pair of heifers here. I like the slick-haired heifer here. To me, she's more right in her overall conditioning, a little cleaner and trimmer in her brisket and up to her front end. Maybe just a little notch, has a little more femininity up to her head and face. Really a long-bodied heifer. She gets out and moves around pretty well, and she'll be second. And then the young lady here in the red shirt got probably the most body, the most volume and dimension. She's a little heavier in her condition, a little patch around her tail head and a little brisket to her. But she's a real beauty type of a female. Let's give all 3 of those Angus exhibitors a big round of applause. So the young lady in the green will be first, the young lady in the blue will be second, and the young lady in the red will be third.
All day. How's that?
Placing first in Class 3 Angus heifers was Lily Asher, second Ella Stewart, third Grace Schutte. We are now ready to show for our champion Angus heifer. Out of Class 1, Chase Moeller. Class 2, Peyton Coors. Class 3, Lily Asher. Please have your second place animals in the makeup room. Class 4, Keeling heifers, Sam Caffey, and Class 5, Hereford heifers, Hudson Muckerhide should be in the makeup room. Class 6 mainland Jew heifers. And Class 7 maintainer heifers should be getting their heifers ready. There's some
Just a FYI, somehow they got Class 6, but so we're actually going to be off the class.
Our champion Angus heifer will see your chair, sponsored by State Farm Insurance, Agent Dana Whitcamper. And additionally, the champion Angus in Reserve will receive a monetary award established by the Riley family. They really gave this award 50 years ago when I showed. We used to get a trophy, but now they just get some additional cash.
So this is quite a taxing moment for these judges, trying to determine who the champion and the grand champion are. And these are opinions about the animal, not the showmanship of the animal, but the animal. As this judge is communicating with these youth and trying to critique how they handle their animals, and maybe he'll see how well they listen when they come back for showmanship. Let's listen to the judge's remarks. As he's sending them around for one last time. And as
The heifers here for your champion. Let's put your hands together for these exhibitors and their families to bring out a really nice set, prepared. They're really clean, they're fitted up. They got some eye appeal to them. They've spent some time at home. Even though sometimes they don't act like it in the ring, they can act like a knucklehead from time to time. But, that's just part of the draw. But a nice set of heifers here. The little November heifer here, she's pretty nice heifer from the side view profile. Probably just like to give her a little more punch and power from front to rear, but she's got all the right pieces. Then we get in a pair of heifers here. You got a big old heifer here, April heifer, May heifer, whatever, came out of that division. Really big and stout. She's not acting real good today, but again, you got to really like her for a growth performance. When you get down here to this heifer here, junior yearling heifer here, we got a heifer that really puts most good things together for me, and she'll be your champion Angus heifer, not because of her attitude, but she's just a pretty good heifer. Let's give them all a round of applause, and then we'll bring in the second placements. The champion Angus heifer was exhibited by Lily Asher. They're now showing for reserve. Chase Moeller, Peyton Coors, and Ella Stewart.
Scott said he remembers getting a trophy from him when he was in school. So that's Scott's old.
Yeah. That is right.
Well, at least Scott's older than me. Yeah. Really?
Senior showmanship match, we see bring the kids to the bride. You had 20 minutes to prove in front of everybody. So I think,
Yeah. Wow.
Like I said before, the heifer I used for champion, I think she's really a nice made heifer. I mean, she puts a lot of good things together. Comes out of her top of her shoulder good. Got good strength at top. Big level hip. A lot of bone and foot size and power. I think she wins the Angus division handily. For reserve, it gets a little bit tougher. I think you got 3 different kinds of heifers out here. And one of the things I tell my judging team, which one of these heifers follow type? I know on the outside with all the experts, a lot of people say, well, he don't follow type. He jumps around from here, there, and everywhere. But to me, when I look at these 3 heifers, it's tough to do, but I'm going to go back to the November heifer, and she's going to be a reserve champion. Just follows the type of this heifer here, but a really good set of Angus heifers. Let's give all those exhibitors and their families a big round of applause. So congratulations to Lily Asher, our champion Angus, and Ella Stewart, our reserve champion Angus heifer. We now have a single entry KV heifer exhibited by Sam Cathy. Sam's heifer was born February 2024. So we need Hudson Mucker High with your Hereford heifer in the makeup room. Class 6 main Jew heifers, Grace Shooty. In Class 7, our main team heifers, Claire Grody and Kirsten Kruzman. Please be giving those heifers to the makeup room. Our champion TV heifer will receive a chair sponsored by Connect Painting and Sales.
Pavey Stockyards, a locally owned and operated business for over 70 years, is currently buying all classes of livestock. Located at 324 West McKee Street in Greensburg, Pavey's has a rich history in Decatur County. Pavey's stockyard owner Alan Meyer, along with cattle buyer Carl Meyer, secretary-treasurer Carol Narwald, and barn manager Larry Lawson, conduct business daily and invite you to call 812-663-4611 for current pricing.
As you notice, even with one animal in this class, the judge still takes the time to represent this animal. And
Winter in the King division. Let's give this young man, his King heifer, a big round of applause for coming in here today. You talk about power. Now we got punching power. This heifer here's got rib shape. She's opens up. She's really deep in her volume in her midsection. She's really level in her underline. She really hangs that rear flank down really well. Just a really nice made heifer when it comes to power and natural thickness. I'd like to maybe feminine her up a little bit. Kind of lengthen that neck out just a little. Give her a little more femininity about that head and face. I'd like to see her maybe travel just a little with a little more flexibility. But a really nice key heifer for this young man. Let's give him another round of applause as he leaves the ring.
Because I guess that one was like out of the county.
Champion King heifer. We are now ready for Class 5 Hereford heifers. Hudson Muckerhide. Let's give this young man a nice round of applause. We only had a single entry, but less than 80 miles away is the National Hereford Show going on down there at Louisville. So I'm sure a lot of people, and that's a tough thing, for 4-H and county fairs. They put all those national heifer shows right there at the end of June through the middle of July, and your families kind of they got to make a decision. You go to the National Heifer Show, go to the county fair, try to do both, but it's really a tough deal. You talk about a female here, though, this light-colored heifer, I really like her from muzzle to tail. Really long-necked. She could be a little cleaner down through her dewlap and brisket, but she's really long-bodied and long spine, gets out, moves, maybe needs to be just a stouter underneath with a little more bone and foot size, but this female is going to make a nice cow. Let's give this young man a big round of applause for bringing these Hereford heifer to us today. We are now ready for Class 6 main Jew heifers. Grace Schutte.
The Jackman Animal Clinic in Milroy is a full-service veterinary clinic that has been serving southeastern Indiana since 1979. They're committed to providing high-quality and compassionate veterinary care throughout the life of your pet or livestock. Their services and facilities are designed to assist in routine preventive care for healthy pets and farm animals, early detection and treatment of disease as your animal ages, and complete medical and surgical veterinary care as necessary during his or her lifetime. Open weekdays 8 to 5 and Saturdays 8 to noon. Jackman Animal Clinic is located at 700 East Main Street in Milroy. Phone 765-629-2134 or see them online at jackmananimalclinic.com.
Maine and Jew heifers, Grace Schutte. Grace is one of our 10-year 4-H beef members. Congratulations. Meet Class 7 maintainers, Claire Brody, Kirsten Kruzman in the makeup room. Class 8 Red Angus heifers, Leah Bowdy. And Class 9 Short Hog heifers, Victoria Coors. Please be giving those heifers to the makeup room. The champion Maine and Jew heifer is exhibited by Grace Schutte. We are now ready for Class 7 maintainer heifers. Claire Grody with a heifer born February 28th and Kirsten Kruzman with a heifer born February 18th. So Leah Bowdy, the Red Angus heifer, should be in the makeup lane, and Victoria Coors with her shorthorn heifer.
Greensburg Power of the Past, presenting sponsor of Live at 5 on WTRE at the Decatur County Fair. Mark your calendars for this year's Greensburg Power of the Past show, August 13th through the 17th. Pavey Stockyards, a locally owned and operated business for over 70 years, is currently buying all classes of livestock. Located at 324 West McKee Street in Greensburg, Pavey's has a rich history in Decatur County. Pavey's stockyard owner Alan Meyer, along with cattle buyer Carl Meyer, secretary-treasurer Carol Narwald, and barn manager Larry Lawson, conduct business daily and invite you to call 812-663-4611 for current pricing.
Got a pair of maintainer heifers in here, but before I talk to heifers, this is what 4-H is all about for me. I think Decatur County's in pretty good hands. You got two excellent showmen out here. These two young ladies, I know the one girl's having a little trouble with that heifer. They got an 80-pound kid and a 1,400-pound calf, so, it's not a real fair deal, but, they're out there, they've got their heads up. They've got them scratched. They're getting their feet put underneath them. I'll tell you what, for having two young show people that are getting them put together like that, I think that's really good. It speaks well of the county. Somebody's trained them. You just don't walk in there and do that. Somebody has to kind of give you some heads up. But nice pair of heifers here. I'm going to go with the young lady here on my right, and the young lady here in the blue will be reserved. But a nice pair of heifers. The one on the right, a little just more extended, a little longer, looser muscle mass, kind of strides out a little more correctly for me. The heifer here behind's got that rib and muscle, just needs to be loosened up and stretched out just a little bit in her skeleton. But nice pair of heifers. Let's give them all, both of those young ladies, a big round of applause for doing an outstanding job in showing. And batteries. The champion maintainer heifer was exhibited by Claire Grody. Reserve by Kirsten Kruzman. We're receiving the chair sponsored by Shelby Crop Insurance. The currently in the ring, we have our Red Angus heifer exhibited by Leah Bowdy. We need Class 9 Shorthorn heifers, Victoria Coors. Class 10 Simmental, Tessa Moeller. And Class 11 Sim Solution, Sage Asher, Jake Graves, and Mason Bowdy. Please be giving those heifers to the makeup ring.
Are we gonna retake that?
We got a really nice Red Angus heifer in here. I guarantee you she can stand some competition. There's a lot of good about her. And the thing I think about when I look at those heifers, I mean, you walk in, they hit you one way or the other. And when I seen her, I thought, man, she's got cow written all over her. You know, maybe she needs to be a little sweeter in that front 1/3 of her body cavity. Like to maybe make her a little thinner necked and longer fronted. But I tell you what, this old heifer here has got a world of rib. She's got a world of performance and power to her. Big hipped heifer. And she gets around the ring really nice. Young lady does a nice job presenting her. This is just a really nice Red Angus heifer. We'll get to see her later on. Let's give her a nice round of applause as she leaves the ring.
As we watch out on the arena, Victoria Coors is showing a shorthorn heifer. These kids are doing excellent jobs of maintaining and handling and walking these calves around the ring, keeping their heads high. The parents of these kids ought to be proud. These kids are doing a great job. They should be proud of themselves.
Greensburg Power of the Past, presenting sponsor of Live at 5 on WTRE at the Decatur County Fair. Mark your calendars for this year's Greensburg Power of the Past show, August 13th through the 17th.
Here in the Shorthorn division, this is really a heifer that, you know, when you look at her, you think, well, she comes in, she's got some size to her, she's got some bone and foot size. And then when the younger lady told me told me that she's a July. She just a year. She just a. That's a pretty good. That's a little power and punch there. So this heifer, this mic's kind of acting up. So if I sound like I'm stuttering, I probably am. But this is a really nice short-horn heifer with a lot of quality. Yet she's got a lot of power. Let's go ahead and give her a nice round of applause.
Currently, we are showing Simmentals with a exhibitor of Tessa Moeller. We're having technical difficulties with our announcer's microphone. We'll see how this pans out after he gets done judging Tessa's efforts with her calf, her Simmental calf out in the arena. The judge had nothing but great comments so far about all of these showmen.
So the champion Simmental exhibitor was Tessa Moeller.
When he's talking, he's still ringing.
Tessa will receive a chair sponsored by Walters Tire Service.
Figured out.
And our champion shorthorn heifer was exhibited by Victoria Coors. She received a chair sponsored in memory of Adam Holcamp, presented by the Smyrna Guys and Gals 4-H Club. This is my pride. Please be giving this heifers to the makeup room.
I'll take her. I love lilies, but it's mine this time.
Had trouble with the microphone Saturday, so maybe somebody wants to donate some new microphones. I know we can't afford a new This is for our Champion Sim Solution heifer. The Champion Sim Solution will receive a chair sponsored by Farm Credit Mid-America.
Showing cattle. Would you rather show pigs? Pigs are your favorite. Let's put your hands together for these three exhibitors bringing these Sim Solution heifers to us. We got this top pair for me is a little close. Now, you guys on the outside, you all know which one you like and kind of rooting for one over the other. But, I mean, these heifers here, there's some differences in them. When I look at the maternal factors, the young lady's girl in the corner there, she's really maternal. She's really soft middle. She's nice out of her shoulder. She's got a nice head and neck on her. When you get back behind her, she kind of tapers to her pins. She gets a little bit narrower when she walks away, and like to see her have a little more punch in that rear quarter. Now, we got the heifer here that the young man's got here in the pink shirt. Now, she's got a lot of power. I'd just like to see her with a little more extension, like to see her a little looser made, especially up there with that neck and front end. Just make her just a little more feminine. So you got that pair. Then you got the baldy heifer the young man's got, probably the greenest. The heifer is probably the most right to go out to pasture. This young man's done a really good job getting this heifer fed and brought here. So again, you got three different kind of heifers here. I'm going to go ahead, the young man with the pink shirt, you're going to win this class, so you can turn and pull up here. The young lady in the corner, you're going to be second, and the young man with the bally heifer is going to be third. Let's give them all another round of applause.
Pavey Stockyards, a locally owned and operated business for over 70 years, is currently buying all classes of livestock. Located at 324 West McKee Street in Greensburg, Pavey's has a rich history in Decatur County. Pavey's stockyard owner Alan Meyer, along with cattle buyer Carl Meyer, secretary-treasurer Carol Narwald, and barn manager Larry Lawson, conduct business daily and invite you to call 812-663-4611 for current pricing.
Jake Graves with a Shorehorn Plus, and Zeke Dillon with a British Park White. In Class 13, in makeup ring, Marvin Mauer with a balancer heifer, and Hudson Muckerhide with a ring flex heifer. For Class 14 crossbred heifers, Kimberly Jones and Macy Comer, please be getting those heifers ready.
Well, we finally got the microphones working.
Well, for a while we hope, huh, Jaden?
Yeah.
Will receive a chair sponsored by Walker's Tire Service.
The weather seems to be more conducive for this type of activity today.
Today's been probably the best day of the fair so far. That rain helped last night.
Let's put your hands together for a pair of heifers out here. These young guys that brought out here to show today. We got a Shorehorn Plus and a White Park in this younger division. And this is a nice pair of heifers heifers, a young man with the ball there, really a long-bodied, feminine-fronted, strong top heifer with some bone and some natural thickness and mass to it. The young man with the cowboy hat, this heifer's a little more moderate frame, a little deeper body, maybe not as stout made compared to the one ahead of him. So I'm going to go ahead and go with the black baldy heifer. The young man's got heifer first, and then the young man with the cowboy hat will be second. Let's give him another round of applause.
That's a good heifer you got. Keep that top down. Make sure you keep that top. Hey, Josh, I'm still teaching.
And the winner of Class 12 AOB heifers was Jake Graves, second Zeke Thune. We're now ready for Class 13 AOB heifers, Marvin Maurer. Marvin showing a February balancer heifer, and Hudson Mucklehide with a Wind Flex heifer. Please have Class 14 crossbred heifers, Kinley Jones, Macy Comer. Class 15 crossbred heifers, Abigail Comer, Reagan Jones. And Class 16 crossbred heifers, Macy Kinker, Evan Siebert, Reagan Harrison, and Jesse Wiltz. Please begin those heifers to the makeup unit.
What class are we on? We're on 13.
This gear out dress today is Tom Ross, lifelong Angus breeder. He's an ag teacher at Hamilton Southeastern, and he's sent some really prominent FFA judging teams on national levels.
Do you believe in economic growth right here in Decatur County? Do you support the Cobia Solar Project and the millions in benefits it can bring? Do you believe in protecting property rights and creating new opportunities for our community? Then make your voice heard.
In this old division of AOBs, we got a couple heifers out here. They're definitely a little different type of kind. We got one that's really long and green. We got a Femian and Iredale. We got the other ones really cow power. Could be cleaned up and maybe one roasted with that. But there's a lot of beef there. There's a lot of cow there. The young lady will be first, and the young man will be second. Let's give both those exhibitors a big round of applause as they leave the ring.
Jake Graves out of Class 13 Hudson Muckett. Class 14 Crossbred Heifers Kinley Jones, Macy Coma, and to be in the makeup room. Class 15 Abigail Coma, Reagan Jones. Class 16 Macy Kinker, Evan Siebert, Reagan Harrison, and Jesse Bills. Jesse Bills. Our champion AOB heifer will be receiving a chair sponsored by Walker's Tire Service. For champion AOB, we got a pair of heifers out here. You can plus and minus them and kind of pick the one that you like. But to me, I like them sound, and I like them sound from the ground up. And when I look at these two heifers here, I think they're just a little more advantage in one of them than the other as far as soundness. You can kind of differentiate the rest of them. Maybe you like muscle and volume, maybe you like femininity and the overall length and body and growth. But to me, when I plus them out, and I tell my judging team, just plus and minus them. And the ones that's got the most pluses will be your class winner, and the ones that has the least will be toward the bottom. But in this situation here, in these AOBs, the young man in the corner is going to have the champion heifer. So let's bring in that second place heifer for reserve.
Pavey Stockyards, a locally owned and operated business for over 70 years, is currently buying all classes of livestock. Located at 324 West McKee Street in Greensburg, Pavey's has a rich history in Decatur County. Pavey's stockyard owner Alan Meyer, along with cattle buyer Carl Meyer, secretary-treasurer Carol Narwald, and barn manager Larry Lawson, conduct business daily and invite you to call 812-663-4611 for current pricing.
Used the Shorthorn Plus and the AOB, young man, and for reserve here, it gets a little closer yet because there's, again, like I said before, then one of the things that's in the stickler for is structural correctness and soundness. I just see a little bit more flexibility, a little more longevity with the white park heifer, and she'll be a reserve champion. Let's give all those exhibitors a round of applause. Your champion AOB heifer was exhibited by Jake Rose, reserved by Zeke Dillon. Once again, Jake will be receiving a chair sponsored by Walker's Tire Service. We are now ready for our first class of crossbred heifers. Kenley Jones and Macy Coleman. So class 15, Abigail Comer and Reagan Jones in the makeup ring. And class 16, Macy Kinker, Evan Seaton, Reagan Harrison, and Jesse Brooks. Please be getting your breed champion heifers ready for the championship drive. Out of our Angus division, we'll have Willie Asher. In Team division, Sam Caffey. Hereford, Hudson Knucklehide. Maine Jew, Grace Schutte. Maintainers, Claire Grody, Red Angus, Leah Dowdy, Shorthorn, Victoria Coors, Simmental, Tess Moore, and Sim Solution, Mason Dowdy. And Jake goes with a
champion AOB heifers.
Pull her up just stay right there. That's good. Go ahead and stay right.
In this first class of crossbreds, they're divided out by weight. So we got a pair of lightweight heifers here. I think there's a little more balance and eye appeal and structural correctness in the black baldy heifer over the white heifer. She's a little stronger in her top line, and she's definitely better from her hooks to her pins. The white heifer's got a little more a canyon bone, a little more length of leg, but she doesn't balance up as well. But a nice pair of lightweight heifers. Let's give both these young ladies a nice round of applause for coming out here today and showing us their heifers.
Racing first in class 14 is Kimberly Jones, second Macy Coon. Next in will be class 15 crossbred heifers, Abigail Coomer with a heifer weighing 882, and Reagan Jones with a heifer weighing 912. In class 16 in the makeup ring, Macy Kinker, Evan Seibert, Reagan Harrison, and Jesse Blitz. Once again, please begin with the lead champion heifer order.
Of course, this morning, the beef show started at 9 o'clock, which is we're presenting to you live. At 2 p.m., the Horse and Pony show at the Horse Arena. At 4 to 10, the 4-H buildings are open. From 5 to 7, mock livestock judging contest. And at 7 p.m., 4-H fashion review at the Farm and Home Building.
We also have the truck pulls tonight in the grandstands.
Adam, Sister Lisa showed a lot of cattle here. Now Lisa has kids showing.
Yes, we have the NTPA Region 2 truck and tractor pulls tonight. I believe that starts at 7. Greensburg always puts on a very good tractor pull.
Pavey Stockyards, a locally owned and operated business for over 70 years, is currently buying all classes of livestock. Located at 324 West McKee Street in Greensburg, Pavey's has a rich history in Decatur County. Pavey's stockyard owner Alan Meyer, along with cattle buyer Carl Meyer, secretary-treasurer Carol Narwald, and barn manager Larry Lawson, conduct business daily and invite you to call 812-663-4611 for current pricing.
As you can see, some of these animals get a little rambunctious. And of course, these kids, most of them are weighing under 100 pounds, handling animals that weighing nearly 1,000 pounds. and all the training and the time in the world sometimes allows that animal to be still a little rambunctious and a little awkward in the arena to deal with, but these kids are doing a great job. You can see them pushing and struggling with the animals, but they're doing a good job.
Second class of crossbred females. I was thinking about that on the way down from Montville this morning. It rained and it cooled off, and I thought those cattle are going to have a little more life to them. And they are not proving me wrong. They do have some life. Let's give those two young ladies a big round of applause, just coming out here and fighting and not giving up. You know, a lot of times they just say, Dad, come in here and get this heifer, but these two girls are after it now. I mean, they're hanging on, they're keeping their heads up the best they can, and that means a lot. You know, a lot of go and a little try in these young ladies. I'm going to go ahead and go with the red heifer as called.
Placing first in Class 15 was Reagan Jones, second Abigail Cohen. And my family showed cattle forever, and we still do. A lot of times when you come to the county fair, our cattle have never seen a sheep or a pig before. So we get over there by the different animals. And let's face it, if you raise beef, sheep, and pigs, don't really matter. Like beef, what's we're doing, right? So, and now I'm going to tie it in because the cattlemen are selling ribeyes at 11. See how I pulled that all together? So currently in the ring we'll have Class 16 crossbred heifers, Macy Kinker, Evan Siebert, Reagan Harrison, and Jesse Bills. So, Henry Jones and Reagan. Please keep your heifers in the makeup room. At the conclusion of this class, we'll be showing you for our champion crossbred heifer. Once again, we'll be receiving the chair sponsoring the memory of Adam Holkamp. Adam died in a tragic farm accident in Holkamp Land and Livestock, sponsoring that. So our breed champion heifers, please start making your way to the makeup room. Champion Angus, Lily Asher, Kenya, Sam Caffey, Hereford Hudson Knucklehead, Maynard Jew, Grace Shooty, Maintainer Claire Brody, Red Angus, Leah Bobby, Shorthorn, Victoria Coors, Scimitar, Tessa Miller, Sim Solution, Mason Bobby, and our champion AOB, Jake Graves. these heifers range in weight from 1,043 to 1,161.
Halderman Real Estate and Farm Management brings over 90 years of experience and industry knowledge to you and your operation. Whether it's assisting you with selling your farm or providing you with farm management solutions, serving our clients remain our priority. Whether it's equipment, agricultural real estate, recreational real estate, or even that rural residential housing, Halderman can help. Contact us today at halderman.com.
Greensburg Power of the Past, presenting sponsor of Live at 5 on WTRE at the Decatur County Fair. Mark your calendars for this year's Greensburg Power of the Past show, August 13th through the 17th.
Let's put your hands together for the biggest class of heifers that we have here today. So we got 4 heifers out here, and I wish I could have those heifers so I could take them to my judging team, because I think this would really be a good class to listen to reasons. You know, you can place them any way you want to. Everybody can place them, but not very many people can talk them. So there'd be an interesting class here to kind of look at. When I look at these heifers here, there's differences in them. The young lady here in the pig shirt, she's going to win the class. Go ahead and pull your heifer up, and then win the blue, pull your heifer up behind that red heifer. This old heifer is sitting up here in the corner in first place, the star-headed heifer. She just really balances up really nice, puts a lot of things together, and she's pretty correct from front to rear. Now we get down here, to me, in really a close little pair. You got this red heifer that's a little sluggish and that really catty, and then you got this black heifer back here that's really got a lot of muscle and mass that needs to be prettied it up a little bit. So when I look at them and analyze them, I look at them on the move and say which one do I like on the move, and there's not a lot of difference to me on the move. So it's just personal preference, you know. And I think if you're going to talk, then that's what you do, what you like, you know. And there's a lot of people out there, and they have their own opinions. I come in here, look at them for 3 or 4 minutes, and have to make a decision. But that's a nice pair of heifers here. I'm going to go with the red heifer as long as you can keep that heifer's head up. You got to crank that head up on that red heifer. And then I'm going to go with the black heifer in third, and then the young man in the corner, or young lady in the corner with the purple shirt, you're going to be fourth. You got a really green heifer that just needs a little more time, and you got heifer, she's got some pieces, she's pretty good from her hooks to her pins. She gets out and moved. She just needs to have a little more time on feed and a little more maturity. Really nice set of females. Let's give all those exhibitors in this heavyweight class crossbreds a nice round of applause.
The winner of Class 16 was Reagan Harrison. Second was Evan Siebert. Third, Jesse Biltz. Fourth, Macy Kinker. So now we're showing for champion crossbred heifer out of Class 14, Kimberly Jones. Out of Class 15, Reagan Jones. Out of Class 16, Reagan Harrison. Second place heifer out of Class 16 in the makeup ring.
The Jackman Animal Clinic in Milroy is a full-service veterinary clinic that has been serving southeastern Indiana since 1979. They're committed to providing high-quality and compassionate veterinary care throughout the life of your pet or livestock. Their services and facilities are designed to assist in routine preventive care for healthy pets and farm animals, early detection and treatment of disease as your animal ages, and complete medical and surgical veterinary care as necessary during his or her lifetime. Open weekdays 8 to 5 and Saturdays 8 to noon. Jackman Animal Clinic is located at 700 East Main Street in Milroy. Phone 765-629-2134 or see them online at jackmananimalclinic.com. Young farmers need to focus on building strong connections to their community, sharing their deep love of land and place, and helping people understand the value and importance of farming done well. The Hulsbosch Dairy family celebrates our 4-H youth, congratulates them for their hard work and dedication, and encourages a continued interest in agriculture for their future.
three class winners out here in the crossbred division. This is a nice set of heifers. You got a nice long-bodied black body heifer the little girl's got there by the gate. You got a really nice modern frame type heifer with the red heifer with the white on her head. And then you got this heifer here in the heavyweight division. I think she said she weighed a little over 1,100 pounds. And so a really nice set of heifers. But this heifer, the bigger heifer, she's going to be a champion crossbred. Just has too many bells and whistles to not use her today. So let's bring in that red heifer that the young man had in the second class. Bring that heifer in here. We got a couple of class winners out here in the second place heifer in that heavyweight class. And as long as that young man can crank that head up, that makes that heifer look all better. So, and I think when we look out here and look at these cattle, some people might say, well, she's pretty big, she's got a lot of firm. So I think this heifer here's got a lot of good to her too. She's going to be a reserve champion heifer. Let's give all those exhibitors a big round of applause. Champion drive in our heifer show. Representing the Angus will be Willie Asher, Keane Ian, Sam Cathy, the Hereford heifer, Hudson Muckerhide, Shooty, our maintainer, Claire Brody, a Red Angus, Leah Bowdy, our champion Shorthorn, Victoria Coors, champion Scimitar, Tessa Miller, the champion Sim Solution, Mason Body, our AOB exhibited by Jake Graves, and our crossbred Reagan Harrison.
We did the show a little different this year. We did showmanship on Saturday night. So two of the young ladies, Leah Dottie and Reagan Harrison, will be representing the beef breed in the Tom Swain Showmanship Contest tomorrow evening at 6:30. Once again, we're showing for Grand Champion Heifer. The winner will receive a rotating trophy in memory of Nancy Crosby. A rotating trophy sponsored by the Thompson family, Jim and Beth Thompson. The Grand Champion Heifer will receive a trophy sponsored by the Decatur County Cattlemen's, and also a banner sponsored by Floyd Worth of ABS. Also receive a heifer bag sponsored by Meyer Family Shorthorns. The Reserve Grand Heifer will receive a trophy sponsored by the Decatur County Cattlemen's and a banner sponsored by Whipco Risk Management. Chris Whipple, thank you. Once again, our judge today is Tom Ross. After Tom selects our random reserve heifer, we're going to take a couple of pictures of those. Then we'll be ready to start our cow-calf pairs, Class 1, Lane Asher and Macy Kinker, Class 2, Tessa Moeller and Owen Best.
Pavey Stockyards, a locally owned and operated business for over 70 years, is currently buying all classes of livestock. Located at 324 West McKee Street in Greensburg, Pavey's has a rich history in Decatur County. Pavey's stockyard owner Alan Meyer, along with cattle buyer Carl Meyer, secretary-treasurer Carol Narwald, and barn manager Larry Lawson, conduct business daily and invite you to call 812-663-4611 for current pricing.
let's put your hands together for these exhibitors and their families, the fitters and the people who came and got them ready if they weren't family. There's a lot of work. I mean, I'd hate to think how many hours were spent back there in that little rack, getting their legs out and doing their tops and their tail heads and everything else. There's a lot of work and effort in here. And I know that some of you people are going to be unhappy with me as I'm not going to pick your heifer or the one that you wanted, that you thought should win. And like I said earlier, you know, you've looked at them since birth or since you bought them. You've had them here at the fair all week and horse rack and tie-outs and all those. And you've kind of looked at them a long time. I get in here, there's only like one per class or maybe two. I don't see them very long. And then when they come in here for the grand drive, there are a lot of heifers in here, and you kind of decide what one you're going to use. And I just want to tell you that it's one person's decision today. You go to State Fair, and if I don't use you today, and you go up there at State Fair, and you win your class, you come tell me that you won your class, and don't be bashful, okay? Because things change in the next month, less than a month of the State Fair, and you got different judges and different set of eyes. To me up here, I look at them, analyze them. I want structural correctness. I want some breed character. I want some cow potential. Those three things are really important to me. And I'm going to go out here and select the two. We'll just pick a champion reserve. We don't pick a top five or anything like that. So I'm going to go out here and do what I want to do and pick them the way I like them. And we're going to go from there. Let's give all these exhibitors another round of applause for doing an outstanding job. Cattlemen's and a banner by Whipco Risk Management.
The Jackman Animal Clinic in Milroy is a full-service veterinary clinic that has been serving southeastern Indiana since 1979. They're committed to providing high-quality and compassionate veterinary care throughout the life of your pet or livestock. Their services and facilities are designed to assist in routine preventive care for healthy pets and farm animals, early detection and treatment of disease as your animal ages, and complete medical and surgical veterinary care as necessary during his or her lifetime. Open weekdays 8 to 5 and Saturdays 8 to noon. Jackman Animal Clinic is located at 700 East Main Street in Milroy. Phone 765-629-2134 or see them online at jackmananimalclinic.com. The Jackman Animal Clinic in Milroy is a full-service veterinary clinic that has been serving southeastern Indiana since 1979. They're committed to providing high-quality and compassionate veterinary care throughout the life of your pet or livestock. Their services and facilities are designed to assist in routine preventive care for healthy pets and farm animals, early detection and treatment of disease as your animal ages, and complete medical and surgical veterinary care as necessary during his or her lifetime. Open weekdays 8 to 5 and Saturdays 8 to noon. Jackman Animal Clinic is located at 700 East Main Street in Milroy. Phone 765-629-2134 or see them online at jackmananimalclinic.com.
That you take them, show them, take them home, feed them, get them bred, calve them out, and bring them back to the show. It's the toughest thing to fit. I mean, to have your calves and your cows and have them in the right condition, not too fat, not too thin, you know, having the levers. But to me, this is the ultimate. And we do this up there in Hamilton County. And when I first went up there a long time ago, I thought I'd never seen it before. And but now they still do it, and I think it's a good thing that you do it. Now, when I judge the cow-calf pair, I put 60% on the cow and 40% on the calf. So I'm looking at the cow as far as not so much as her size, but her condition, her udder, and her feet. Because those are the things that usually goes wrong and you got to get rid of. So those are some things that's pretty important to me as far as keeping them cows around. And then we look at the calves and say, you know, which one of those calves, you know, the mother's done the most and all that. But to me, I think this is the best class today, and I'd like for you to give these exhibitors and their families a big round of applause for bringing them in here and showing them. Okay? So in this class, I'm going to go with the pair to my right, with the white udder cow and calf here, and then the second will be the young lady with the cow and the red tinge calf behind. Let's give them all a big round of applause, and we'll see here in a bit.
Pavey Stockyards, a locally owned and operated business for over 70 years, is currently buying all classes of livestock. Located at 324 West McKee Street in Greensburg, Pavey's has a rich history in Decatur County. Pavey's stockyard owner Alan Meyer, along with cattle buyer Carl Meyer, secretary-treasurer Carol Narwald, and barn manager Larry Lawson, conduct business daily and invite you to call 812-663-4611 for current pricing.
Sponsored by the Hood family. Monetary award sponsored sponsored by Experience Ag. Drone work, and we can get those guys. A stool sponsored by Consolidated Green and Barge. The glass picture sponsored by Seaman Milling Company. The Grand Cafe up there makes quite a haul here. Reserve will be receiving a trophy sponsored by Animal Medical. The monetary award sponsored by Coors Cattle Company. A banner sponsored by Best Equipment, Dave Best and family. And a glass picture sponsored by Seaman Milling Company. Macy Kinker, Leonard Evans in Class 3. In Class 4, Wayne Nasher, Elvin Seifert, and Lily Webb.
So joining me today on this live broadcast is Steve Gunn with Stuart Angus. Is that
Stuart Select Angus?
Stuart Select Angus here in Greensburg. Steve has been in the cattle business for how many years, Steve?
Since the day I was born.
There you go, a lifelong cattleman. I've been in the cattle business most of my life as well, but I worked with Steve back years ago on the cattle farm. When you come to these fairs, Steve, what do you see? What impresses you the most of this local county fair?
Seeing the youth out here and what the kids can do. You know, too many people out here think the kids don't do things. To me, the people out here at the county fair, they're willing to get up and work and do things, and part of it is self-driven from the parents, but the ones that are really good at it, they've got that burning desire inside to be really good at the showing or whatever you do in life. If you don't have that burning desire inside, you'll never really achieve the maximum. You can be good, but if you want to be the really maximum, you got to be willing to sacrifice. You got to be willing to get up early. You got to be willing to listen to people, and mentors are a big part of the youth things going on. We as parents and adults need to help the young kids get along.
You can tell they're doing a really nice job with the black cow with the bull calf and white cow with the heifer calf. To me, when I look at them, I'm going to go ahead and go with the Whiten and Matt Pear. Just a really tremendous cow and cow. I really like this cow. Has got a little more age, but this cow's got a really like her udder attachment, like her really small teeth. That's a really, I think, a really big plus. Got a really nice heifer calf to go along with that. So the white pair will be first, and the black pair will be second. Let's give them all a big round of applause as they lead the ring.
So when I've been out here, and I did this last year for WTRE's live stream show. There are a lot of breed-specific growers and producers here, but it seems like across the board, it is to support the youth. These kids, regardless of what animal is showing, whether it's be black or red or white, everybody seems to be behind the youth. And for the last 2 years, that's one of the things that has impressed me the most about this fair. I've been to a few. never participated in many of them, but it seems like that this particular fair is well youth driven.
Right, and the good becomes better. You know, the ones that have been in the past and done good back, you know, our kids were showing in the late 70s, early 80s, and, you know, even though the types have changed and the type of cattle and what's going on and how you dress them and all everything, but what makes the best thing about the cattle is the person leading the calf, the two-legged people, the ones that's getting out and working, and the personality of the kid and the calf has got to get along. Anybody that says that the animals are not as sophisticated, they know exactly who is there. You take out of our cow farm, a couple of us can go out there and get those cows in real easy. But if you stick a third person in there that they don't have the right smell or look or feel, it's hard to get them in. So a lot of times you're well off only having a couple, three, but you know, to get better, you got to learn. And one of the guys told me back years and years ago, the fastest way to move cattle is slow. You don't want to try to hurry them too much, but there's times you do have to hurry them, and the personality in these cattle can change, and a lot of that's due to the weather and other things that people don't really realize that, but barometer change, can change the attitude of a calf, and the same way in people. So it's amazing how the life goes around because of the weather and the timing change, and you don't really think about all that. And, you know, if you don't feel good and you're trying to work a calf, they probably don't feel good either. So, you know,
exactly,
you got to make things better for them and for you too. So,
well, we're here joining the cow-calf pair show. Let's hear listen to see what the comments are from the judge.
As I was looking at these cattle and judging them, and then when I got ready to go get the mic and Scott was talking about Dr. Hirt, it was a long time ago, but my brother came to Greensburg right out of veterinarian school, and he worked for the Hirt and Lanning Veterinary Clinic up there across from the school. I didn't even know where Greensburg was at. So, I mean, I remember when I first started judging, Dr. Hirt called me and said, would you come down and judge our county fair? And I think Scott and I was talking about that had to be late 70s. And anyway, Doc called me, and then 2 or 3 years later, he called me to do it again. And I have the utmost respect for Dr. Hirt and his family. He raised really good kids. I went to school with Dave Hirt, and I remember Mark when he was younger and running around, and Cindy Hirt, and then the one that was the, I can't remember her name, but she was a big FFA, and now I think she's working for Tyson Foods out there somewhere in Arkansas. She's selling some cattle too, but yeah, the Hirt family is a legacy, and Dr. Hirt, he was one of the good guys, there's no doubt about that. So with that being said here, for your champion, I'm going to go with the maintainer here for your champion, and let's bring in the second placeman, and then we'll go from there.
With my lack of experience in the show ring and your extended experience, this show is more about the calf or the cow.
Yes.
It's really not in presentation, although it plays a part in how the judge sees it. But in reality, this is all about the cow or the animal.
But the person, they're looking at the calf, but the person showing the calf can a lot of times get you up a place or two because how they place the calf, get the feet and legs right, how they walk the calf, how they make the calf be calm. So it's a two-sided thing. It's probably 85-90% the calf, but that extra percent, if you really want it to be extra good, you got to have somebody really good showing on the end of it.
So on the other end of the spectrum, later on this afternoon when we have the showmanship.
We had the showmanship Saturday.
Oh, that's right, we did.
Sorry.
So that is more about the student,
the student, yeah. How they lead the calf, how they present the calf, how they have contact with the judge, how they answer the judge's questions. The judge generally asks 2 or 3 questions, and they want to be personable, be straightforward, and you're better off saying, I don't know, than to give them a wrong answer.
So what is a common question in which someone participating in a showmanship contest, what is that judge asking that person?
A lot of times when I would judge, I'd ask him, what would you change in your calf? What's the best feature in your calf? What are you feeding your calf? What age is your calf? Or if like it's a steer, do you know what the weight of your steer is? Some basic things you need to know when you're showing is, the age of your calf and the weight of your calf if it's on a steer. And you got to look the judge right in the eye when he's asking you. You can't be wiggling around, jiggling around. I mean, you got to keep it. You almost got to have 2 sets of vision, one to watch your calf and one to watch the judge. You just don't want to be talking down, just like life. When somebody asks you a question, you want to look them in the eye best you can, and be truthful and honest. One of the things I remember my dad telling me years ago that if you want to get ahead in life, you want to act like that you want to present yourself so people like you.
And it goes back to support the kids here at 4-H.
One of the things I noticed this week in doing this broadcast for WTRE and having the opportunity and privilege to walk around, and it really doesn't matter what the animal is, whether it's a sheep or a goat or even the rabbits, I've saw this. These experienced veteran 4-H'ers, the 8, 9, 10-year 4-H'ers, I have watched many of them advise and help the younger 4-H'er, even though they might even be competing in the very same show.
Yes.
Offer advice, offer assistance to that younger member. To me, that is showmanship across the board.
It's called paying it forward. Somebody helped them get where they were when they were 9, 10 years old, and they looked up to the older kids in the show. So they're just trying to pay it forward. So it's a revolving circle, kind of like these doors in these big stores and everything, where you just walk around. The people that are good at your county fair are the ones that want to pass things forward. And if they make a mistake or something, that try to help them out. And you want to congratulate the winners, but you also want to congratulate the others for and what they're doing and all the effort they put in. And a lot of times these kids will be cutthroat out here in the ring, but you get back here in the aisle, like you said, they'll be good friends. They'll have water fights in the voice rack. They'll giggle and tickle and, have a good time, play games with each other. And this county's got 3 different schools, so the rivalry at a school is one thing, kind of like out in the show ring, but you get the kids together out here in the back of the stalls, and most all of them like each other.
Yeah.
The ones that don't like each other are generally the ones that don't want to help participate, and a lot of times you just need 1 or 2 of the older kids that try to pull those kids that maybe not as quite as personable in with the rest of them so they can get along.
Well, it seems like it's a united effort and it's a concerted effort between the youth, whatever the age is, and it's really remarkable.
In Class 3, we have Macy Kinker and Emmett Evans. In Class 4, Lane Asher, Evan Siebert, Lily Webb in the makeup ring. be selecting our champion starter heifer and our reserve starter heifer. So Class 5 starter steers, Hannah Fool, Jonathan Webb, please be getting those steers ready. Class 6, Kinley Jones, Reagan Jones, Braylee Harrison. In Class 7, Luke Caffey, Tessa Moeller, Hannah Fuel, and Caroline Harrison.
So here we are in our starter heifer class, Steve, and these, because of my lack of experience, we can expect these back next year.
That's part of the goal. The kids bring them out. You know, these are just born this spring, or so they're going to hopefully show them again next year when they get bigger. Because with the starter calf program and the regular program plus the cow calf program, a person has a chance to throw that same animal 3 years if he would want to. Now, most people don't show them the first year or the third year. A lot of people just want to show them that 1 year when they do it. But, you know, different people want to do different things. It's just like when you're selling different type of cars and all that kind of things.
So the people that are following the show, come to the show, we could literally see this calf for the next 3 years come through this program.
Yeah. But, you know, chances are you won't, but there are probably 1 or 2 of them that will. Like one of the cow-calf pairs they showed earlier has been here 3 years.
Well, very good. I like that.
Next year, if you're staying on the outside and you're thinking about buying your show person a calf to show for next year, this is a pretty good place. You get them broke, you know. I think that's really important is when you buy one and get one that's halfway broke. So when you get, you know, in here and you look at them, you know, I think docility and attitude has a lot to do with it. So when I look at these two here, there's some difference as far as the size of them, but there's a real big world out there, and I think these calves are going to have a long time to grow and get big. So, you know, I'm not worried about the size of them or the weight of them at this point in time. I'm looking at their structure. I'm looking at the profile. And again, when I look at them here in this pair, I think the young man's calf has got a little more pluses. Really nice fronted, really feminine-headed, strong top. The young lady's calf's a little bigger, a little longer body, but maybe doesn't balance up and fit together as well as the black calf here that the young man's got. Let's give both those exhibitors a big round of applause as they exit the ring.
So as a judge, when you come in here to judge whatever class it may be, you know that there are parents and family members out there mentally pushing you to choose their calf.
Yes, sir.
So as a judge, knowing that you're going to make someone happy and you're going to disappoint someone, that truly doesn't play a role in your judgment of the animal.
But you want to make kind comments to those that maybe don't rise to the top. You don't want to put anybody's calf down. You know, you talk about the good things in every calf. You try to find out at least 1 or 2 things, even the person that's is not going to win the class, but the good things about it, because like you said, parents and grandparents out here and others see how you treat these kids, and then you try to make those kids want to treat others the same way. So it's a revolving door, just like I was talking about other things.
So you want that kid to, you don't want him to leave disappointed or disgusted. You want him to be motivated, even if he didn't win.
Right. You want him to, don't put him down. Right. You know, you're going to be disappointed because you don't win. And especially the bigger your shows are, you know, it's down to real minute things and who likes what and all that kind of thing. And you got to congratulate the winners. You also need to pump up the ones that don't win, because the ones that don't win, you want them to get more competitive. The only way the person at the top is more competitive is if somebody's pushing you. If you're always at the top, you'll never get any better. You got to be pushed, just like a basketball team or whatever. You can't just hold on your laurels. The only way you get better is to keep stepping up. And the easiest way to make you step up more is for somebody behind you to push you harder.
Competition.
That's life.
So just before the judge makes his remarks, we have two classes here, a class 3 and a class 4.
Yes, sir.
These are all identical calves. Why is there a split between in calves or in classes? Is there something I'm not seeing?
Weights. They do this by weight.
Okay. So
See,
your heifers and your
the
young
starter,
ones,
yeah, you know, they don't have the date when they were born on here. They just got the weight.
Okay. So it's a weighted class.
This particular class, what your calf weighs when you're coming in.
Okay.
Class of heifers here, prospect heifers. Nice group of heifers here. It's really tough for me on these two on the ends. This chocolate heifer here has got a little body and dimension to her, but yet she's really nice fronted. I'd like to lift her pins up and make her a little square, but she's got some volume, some dimension to her. I think she's got enough look and eye up here. She'll be our class winner. Second's going to be the young man in the green shirt. Really has a nice side view profile. She looks like she just, I'd like to change her, make her just a little softer. I know they're young, but at the same time, that heifer will change, and I'll probably come back 2 months later and switch that pair. But it's really close between those two. I'm just going to go with the Raven today over the black heifer, but I think they're both really good, and I think these heifers can come back next year at the county fair, and we'll see what they look like then. The young man in the middle there just kind of ran into a buzzsaw. His heifer just doesn't have the balance and the structural correctness, so let's give all those exhibitors a big round of applause as they leave.
So when watching these calves that are showing today, if he were to come back in a month, as he kind of alluded to, he might make a totally different decision.
Yes, sir.
The conformation of the calf may change, the attitude of the calf, the shower.
Just like I talked before, the weather can make a calf feel good or bad. So depending on what that calf looks like, and if somebody that particular day you showed them the first time, maybe it didn't want to drink enough water or wasn't feeling really good. But the next time it's fit, really ready to go. We all have times when some days you feel really good, some days you feel down the dump. So just the attitude and the person showing can say, hey, I'm going to beat this one. The calf looks good. I've got the right attitude.
Now I know both of us, you and your wife have shown horses.
Yes.
I ride horses. Do you believe that connection between a horse and the rider, the horse can actually feel that attitude in a human? Do you believe that transcends on this show ring as well?
All animals. I don't care whether you got a rabbit, a chicken, a sheep, a goat, whatever. The personality that goes between the cow and the animal, or the person and the animal, is the same for all of them.
There's a genuine relationship there.
Yeah. And some people, you can have 3 or 4 people in the family, and the calf or the particular animal might like one of the people in the family, but not the other 2. And it's all because of the aura that you put out. You're not thinking about the aura you're putting out, but just the feeling you have towards people. For example, my youngest daughter, Caroline, she was always one that was, she loved animals. You could tell from the time when she was a couple years old that she loved animals. We used to have people say, oh, don't touch that dog or cat. It said it hates kids. She'd go over to it and then it'd butter up to it. And she's always had that aura. She could walk up to something and do something. Most of the time, there's certain ones out there that still don't like her.
Sure.
I was down there this last week, and she said, don't get in front of that one, Dad. He'll run over you. She's run over me a couple times. I said,
out here to us today. It's always fun to look at them here at this age and kind of see which ones you like, and no change. But I tell you, when I look at these 2 heifers out here, they're just just a really nice pair of heifers. They got a lot of good to them. There's one heifer though that I kind of like a little better. It's a young man's heifer. That heifer's, this is really a fancy heifer. So you're going to have a champion heifer. Let's bring that second place man.
So Emmett Evans won the Grand Champion Starter Heifer Calf. So you said likely we may have the privilege of watching this calf grow.
Yeah, there's 2 or 3 out there probably back here next year.
That's outstanding.
Use for reserve is going to be this chocolate heifer, the young lady here in the red shirt. Let's give them all a big round of applause. Sponsored by Soy Processors, a banner by Holzbosch Dairy Farm, a tumbler sponsored by Seymour Milling. Our first class of starter steers, Prosperous steers. In the ring we have Fuel and Jonathan Webb. Reagan Jones, Bailey Harrison. Need you to the makeup ring. In class 7, Luke Grappy, Tessa Nova, Hannah Fuel, Caroline Harrison. Please be doing those cattle to the makeup ring. Champion Starter Steel will be receiving a trophy sponsored by Greensburg Soy Processors, a banner sponsored by the Vanderbilt family, an insulated tumbler sponsored by Seymour Milling. The reserve will receive a trophy sponsored by Experience Ag, a banner by Indiana Farm Bureau, Jake Maddox. The tumbler also sponsored by Seymour Milling Company. Once again, we will be taking a 1-hour break after the selection of the starter steers.
In doing some research this morning, 22 heifers, 4 cow-calf pairs, 5 starter heifers, 10 starter steers, 27 market animals, 68 animals in total.
Yes, sir.
That seems to be, is that a good number?
Yeah, yeah.
Is it a growing number, you believe?
Right. The beef project especially, all the projects you got around here takes a lot of time and effort. The beef projects takes quite a bit more because you got to buy those cattle in the fall or early winter so you can work with them all year. They're a bigger animal to work with. They take more effort to wash them and break them, delete, and all that kind of stuff. So, and the food, the amount of food they eat is going to be way more than a lot of the others. I've known some people that will end up getting the chickens and the rabbits also besides the cattle or something else. A couple of reasons for that. because they want to do good in the county fair, plus the fact that they want to have more opportunities to be out there so that the other breeds, you know, instead of feeding 5 calves, they might not feed 2 calves and feed 3 or 4 chickens and 3 or 4 sheep.
And go from, you know, hopefully come back next year. This is a nice pair here. They're different in type and kind. I'm going to go with the young man's calf, the black calf here. Just straighter line, nicer made, structurally more correct. I think you'll get there sometime. The calf here, the young man he's got, gets a little bit higher in the chine, kind of drops off a little bit in the rump, but a lot of calf there, got some size and scale. I just like the balance and the eye appeal of the young man's calf. So you'll be first and you'll be second. Let's go to a nice round of applause as they leave.
So we have 2 more classes prior to calling out the champion and grand champion, and then we'll close for break. Your cattle operation, when selecting your cattle, you use the same kind of process, I'm assuming, as you learned as a youth in how to judge cattle. You have used that entire process your whole life in picking and choosing your most dominant cattle on your farm.
Yes, sir. Our particular herd is more performance tested, that type of thing. We don't have the show ring piece in what we got cattle that'll show well, don't get me wrong, but we more worry about the calving ability, the breeding soundness, the structural soundness for the bulls, you know, getting out there and being able to breed their cows like you're supposed to. So not that it's a bad thing, but there's kind of a group out here that wants to raise the show type cattle, and there's people out here that want to raise performance type cattle, and they're both good cattle. It just depends upon what you want to do. It's kind of like whether you want to have an Angus cow or a Hereford or Simmental or some other breeds. You know, there's different pieces to all of it, and the good thing about it is everybody's welcome. You know, the cattle industry has made this United States what it is. You never realize what all's going on with the cattle industry until you get involved with it. You know, the cattle and sheep can go out and eat grass and use the grass that's out here that is across our country. A lot of the other things that have to be fed a concentrate, like the pigs and the chickens and that type of thing. So the ruminant animals, and even the horses somewhat, can eat the grass and help utilize what's the good Lord put on this country to utilize.
So you gear your herd and your motivations and your goals to be more of a high-end production animal.
Yes, sir.
And there are animals that are raised specifically to be a show animal.
Yes, sir. And they're bred to be a show animal.
Right.
You know, that's their goal from the beginning. So
I am privileged enough to have 5 or 6 SS cows on our farm. I call them my super sports.
Well, that's good.
But they always perform well.
Yeah.
In watching some of these 4-H'ers, and surprising to me, it appears about 8 or 9 out of 10 are young females really jumping into this sport. There seems to be a lot of young females, and they don't seem to be intimidated. The calves, these kids are weighing 80, 90 pounds. These calves are 3 to 4 to 500, 1,000 pounds, and they're really doing a good job.
Whether it's a boy or a girl, it all depends upon what's going on around you, and the families, you know, if they have boys or girls, they're going to show. So the thing is, it's not that the boys don't want to show, but the period of time these kids were born in, there was probably more girls in their families than there was boys. So it's not like the boys say, oh, I don't want to show cattle, or the parents say, you're a boy, you can't show cattle. It's just what the good Lord gives you. So, you know, you accentuate what you have, you keep being motivated, and it'll all work out.
Well, these kids, I'm impressed by the effort that these kids are putting in to show their cattle and handle their cattle while they're in the ring.
Lots of calves we have out here in this division. This is a nice set of calves. You got two Holstein calves, and you got this crossbred calf here. And you know, if we're going to call them feeder calves, then we're going to go into the feed yard, and eventually, and they're going to be used for meat. So I look at the muscle is going to be a big part, but then also look and eye appeal is something. If you're going to bring it back here, you got to have something that's halfway structurally correct. So I'm going to start off the young lady's black calf in first place. Just a really nice calf, got some muscle to it. I'd like to maybe change it, make it just a little rounder couple, but got super hair. Somebody spent some time getting that hair ready and working that stuff. Now, you're not going to bring that calf over here. You got a very big ring. You don't want to run over the judge. I might change my mind. And then for second place is going to be the young lady here in the corner. That calf's a little straighter and more level design down its top and square around the feet and legs. And then this young lady here will be third. Let's give all those exhibitors a nice round of applause as they get ready to lead the ring.
So in walking around this morning, Steve, and watching these kids prepare for this show, you see a lot of grooming going on. You see a lot of brushing. You see a lot of clipping. That is an effort to bring perfection out to the edge of the hair.
Yes, sir.
Now that judge's job is to find these imperfections?
Yeah, you know, a good fitter can cover up imperfections, and the better you cover them up, the harder it is to find. But the good judges can see through that and know what's going on.
And that's all just part of the arrangement.
Right.
That's that fitter's job, is to make that calf look perfect. And the judge's job to really, truly pick that calf apart.
Yep, and not saying that the ones fitted really good aren't the best ones, but like you said, you accentuate the positives and try to cover up the negatives, because we as individuals and people, we want to get to do the best we can, whether you're showing cattle or sheep or hogs or playing basketball or whatever. You got to put your best effort forward. To do that, you got to present yourself with a position to do this.
They've done something this year, and they may have repeated this in the past. They did a county born and raised class. Now that's something they haven't always done, or maybe they have and they just haven't had the level of participants.
Well,
but that whole show is committed 4.5, 5 hours to nothing but county born and bred calves.
The show they had on Saturday was county born and bred plus the showmanship. Always before, the county bred and owned was with the regular show, so when you were showing, you know, your first placement might be a bred and owned or a county owned, or the second one might not be that way, so they had to kind of do a lot of sort and all this kind of thing. So what they were trying to do is accentuate the county bred and owned and raised calves so that people would see what they are versus when they were all together. Sometimes, you know, and a lot of times the county bred and owned would win a show, but sometimes it wouldn't. So, you know, you kind of had to know where they were as far as in the placing. And then you have to come and put it together. So this way it highlighted those people that were showing cattle from the county fair, from this county. Plus they had the showmanship at that same time, which made it a little bit easier so that you not quite as wore out later in the day.
Well, I was impressed with the number of animals that are directly related to born in this county. That was impressive.
I don't know what the number was, but I bet it was half of what the whole show is.
It was over half. 38, I believe.
A good time to thank the ring help and the people back there in the back. Get them up. That's always you don't get a lot of accolades for doing that. And this time next week, I'll be the ring man with that pitchfork at Hamilton County. That's my job at Hamilton County where I'm from. So I know having good ring people and somebody to kind of clean up the ring and stuff, that's pretty valuable. And the people back in the back, they don't get a lot of love. But this would be a good time to put your hands together and give those people a really big round of applause for doing what they have to do this. On this thing here, on this class, we got a steer from every different type and kind here. I mean, you're seeing all kinds of stuff, but there's one steer in here that kind of blows the rest of them away. This black horn steer here, the young lady's got, now that steer has got some power, he's got some body, he's got some bone, he's got some foot, and he's got some nice look to him. So you're going to be first, so pull your calf up there. And then for second, it gets a little bit closer to me, but I think the one that puts the most good things in fight the type in terms of muscularity and shape is this blonde calf here in the corner. You're going to be second. And then we're going to go with the black calf here in third. And this Holstein calf here is going to be fourth. Let's give all those exhibitors and their families a big round of applause.
I'd like to make a couple comments. We as parents like to have our kids do what they want to do. My two oldest kids were into the beef project. The two younger ones weren't really excited about the beef project, so they got into the horses. And we were able to do really good on a national level with our horses with those girls. And the parents try to do what's best for the kids. If you try to force them into a hole, it's kind of like putting a round peg in a square hole or vice versa. You got to bring out the best in whatever the kids want to do. And we told our girls, especially on the horses, since we weren't involved with horses until they got showing them, we'll help you as much as we can. But it's not going to be one of the things that Dad and Mom do all the work. You know, we'll help you out, we'll haul you, we'll do those kind of things. But for you to be good in this project, you have to want to do it. And it got so good that especially my youngest daughter ended up going to Texas A&M on an equestrian scholarship. And she was quite successful out there. And there's not many people in Indiana, even in Decatur County, that can say their kids was an NCAA champion. Right. And she was an NCAA champion, I think, 5 or 6 times. And she was able to get a ring just like the big football players and everything. You don't think about that, but when they're talking NCAA champions, it's for all the different,
all the different divisions.
Yeah, divisions, horses, equitation, baseball, softball, all those different things. You don't think about it until you live it.
Well, you are right, because I didn't know that. So if you win a competition in the NCAA in your horsemanship or your cattle, you still get the same accolades, the same privileges.
Right, and there's no really NCAA class for showing cattle or sheep or hogs or anything. The equitation thing is there, and I'm going to toot my horn here a little bit, but Caroline got nominated for the Texas A&M Hall of Fame Award. She's only the second equitation person ever to get it down there.
Wow.
So in September, she's going to be in front of the whole football stadium, and we're going to be down there. We're going to be all decked out. We're going to wear tuxes and all that kind of stuff for the night before, but it's one of the things that as you grow up with your kids, you never know what they might end up doing until you try to push them and help them get that point.
Well, that's amazing. And that's quite a feather in her cap. You know, there's not very many people out there that have enjoyed that type of accolade or attention.
Yep.
We're coming to the near end of our show for this morning. We'll be taking an hour lunch break, and we will come back.
Clerical help up here, keeping everything in line and writing down the placing so they know which one. And plus, they said they might give me a ribeye, so I don't want to make them mad right before lunch. So putting their hands together for those front table up here and Scott for doing what they do, and they do a really good job, and I'm sure they don't get any money for it. So let's talk about this Grand Champion Drive, and most people would say, yeah, this is a pretty easy decision, but it's an easy decision for me because the stairs that I'm looking at are all different in quality, but if you just went in single factor that these stairs on soundness, the stair down here to my left is really the soundest stair. And I really like that because they got to be sound to be able to go in that feedlot and get up to 1,400 or 1,500 pounds. So granted, he's the biggest. Granted, he's got the most muscle. But he's the soundest, and from the ground up, he kind of gets out. He's got some flexibility. His angles are correct. And this calf, I think, will be pretty good down the road. Now, not taking anything away from the other 2 calves that are out here, but he's just the soundest one of all, and he'll be your champion. So go ahead and drag him up here and put him in the corner, and let's bring that little blonde calf back.
As you can see, the judge is out here making his final inspections on this livestock as he's getting ready to crown the the champion, reserve champion for the starter steers.
It's got some growth and performance, but the style, the way that steer's kind of bringing it and his look and all up here, the young lady in the blue shirt will be reserved. Let's give all these exhibitors and their families a nice round of applause.
I want to thank Steve Gunn for stepping in and giving us some great commentary on these calves.
Peter calf exhibited by Caroline Harrison, Reserve Bailey Harrison. So this time we will be taking approximately a 1 hour break, so about quarter after 1 we will start back with our team member awards and our Raider Green awards. So I encourage you to go out and support the Decatur County Cattlemen's, get a ribeye, get up, stretch your legs. I do not get paid, but I will take donations if anyone wants to pay me. So we'll see y'all back in about quarter after 1.
The Jackman Animal Clinic in Milroy is a Young full-service farmers- veterinary clinic that has been serving southeastern Indiana since 1979. They're committed to providing high-quality and compassionate veterinary care throughout the life of your pet or livestock. Their services and facilities are designed to assist in routine preventive care for healthy pets and farm animals, early detection and treatment of disease as your animal ages, and complete medical and surgical veterinary care as necessary during his or her lifetime. Open weekdays 8 to 5 and Saturdays 8 to noon. Jackman Animal Clinic is located at 700 East Main Street in Milroy. Phone 765-629-2134 or see them online at jackmananimalclinic.com.
First year member Levi Biltz. Okay. Emmett Evans. Garrett Scudder. We also have Brimley Doig, but she's not with us. She's at Louisville at the Hereford National Show. We have Grace Nobby, first year in beef, not first year in 4-H. We also have Marvin Maurer, again, first year in beef, but not first year in 4-H. And Jonathan Webb. Now we're going to do a shout out to our 10-year members. First we have Luke Cathy. And last but not least, Grace Schuby. Sorry, I also misspoke. We have Braylee Harrison. She's a first-year member, but not a first-year 4-H'er. Step forward, Braylee. All right, now we're going to go through this ready gain deal. We have Market Heifer, champion ready gain in Market Heifer with Adeline Cruzman, 1.886 pounds. Champion Angus, Claire Grody with 3.024 pounds. Champion Key, Adeline Cruzman with 1.88 pounds. Our champion dairy beef goes to Hannah Fuel with 2.765 pounds. Our champion main steer goes to Jade Graves with 2.56 pounds. Our red Angus, Sam Caffey with 3.06 pounds. Our AOB exhibitor would be Grace Nobby with 2.35 pounds. And I need to make a quick announcement here in the crossbred division. I accidentally left off 3 little kiddos. We forgot to put on Grant Biltz with 2.524, Levi Biltz with 2.952, Jesse Biltz with 3.030. But our overall champion in crossbred goes to Lulu Webb with 3.235. That also means that Lulu Webb is our grand champion ready gain market animal with her 3.235. Reserve grand champion ready gain market animal goes to Sam Caffey with the 3.060. Let's give them all a big round of applause. Sorry.
Housekeeping note, the new breed champion sons, we'd like to thank Shooty Excavating for providing those. If you do receive a breed champion cattle, please return the signs back to Becky Vanderbilt of the Vanderbilt family. If you don't return them, they will be charged for them. So please return those. We appreciate Shooty Excavating for updating the signs. All right, I think we are ready to roll. Our first class of market animals will be our market heifer division. Adeline Cruzman, the heifer weighing 1,228 pounds. Once again, our judge today is Tom Ross from Markville, Indiana. Tom is a longtime Angus breeder, ag teacher, Hamilton Southeastern. He has sent some amazing kids to judging contests, FFA nationally. Tom and I were talking, pretty sure it was like 1979 when he judged down here for the first time with me. So 45 years down the road for both of us. Somehow I think you held up better, I'm not sure. All right, so let's get our first class and market heifer in here. We need class 2, our Angus steers, the makeup ring, Claire Brody, Alice Stewart. And class 3, our key and Ian market steers, Brenner Schutte, Adeline Kuzman. The single entry in our market heifer division weighing 1,228 pounds. Single entry here in the market heifer in this first class. Really a nice heifer. Raw balance and eye appeal, yet she's got a big top, thick-ended, handle's pretty nice, just a really nice heifer. Let's go ahead and give her and her heifer a big round of applause as they get ready to leave.
Doing good. How about your old man? See, he's the one that, is he doing any good? Yeah, he's here. Really? Okay, so what we got now? So I was the only market heifer in the whole deal. He's pretty good. He's pretty good ripping.
The champion market heifer was exhibited by Adeline Kuzman. Adam will be receiving a chair sponsored in memory of Adam Holkamp from Holkamp Family Livestock. We are now exhibiting our first class of Angus steers. Claire Brody with a steer weighing 1422 and Ella Stewart with a steer weighing 1432. We need class 3. Key and heel steers to the makeup ring, Brenner Schutte, Adeline Kuzman. Then our class 4, our first class of dairy beef, Kason Badel, Brody Badel, and Hannah Fuel. Champion Angus will receive a chair sponsored by Farm Credit Mid-America. We'll also receive additional financial award from the Riley Award. And our Reserve Champion Angus Steer will also receive some financial assistance from the Riley Award. Nice pair of Angus steers here. I guarantee you could flip a coin and either way I could talk them either, however you want to place them. I guess when I look at them, one of the things I've asked myself is if I took the ideal Angus steer, which one of these are the closest to the ideal? The one that's got a nice front end, are they good top? Do they have muscle? Are they fat enough? I mean, I handled both of them. They're thin-hided. I'm pretty sure they're got a grade. They got some flank fill, So I look at them and say, how are they put together? Because there's probably just as much red meat in both those steers. So, if you're in a show, then you got to kind of figure out what's the next most important thing. Well, they're both kind of grade. So when you go down to a third characteristic, then you're going to be looking at which one's put together, who's got a little more eye appeal, or a little more shine to him, or a little more of what they call look to him. And I think the steer to my right, he's probably a little cleaner fronted. He lays into his shoulder a little better. He's stronger down his top line, and he's got a really nice curvature to his stifle and shape to him. The steer here that the young lady's got here, the blue shirt, big, stout, massive steer, but when you get off of him, he wants to get just tucked up a little bit higher in his rear flank. He gets a little softer in his top line. So with that being said, I'm going to go with the little girl here with the red shirt for your champion and the one in the blue shirt for your reserve champion. But two powerful steers. I mean, those kind of steers you could make money with all day long, and it's really good as an Angus breeder to see those kind of steers out there and competing in the way they're competing today. Let's give them now another round of applause as they get ready to leave the ring.
That might be good.
Our champion Angus steer was exhibited by Claire Grady, Reserve Alice Stewart. We are now ready for Class 3 Keenan Market Animals. Brenner Shooty with a steel ring 1142. Madeline Krusman with a steel ring 1291. And we got Class 4 Dairy Beef, Case and Ladle, Brody Ladle, Hema Fuel, and the Makeup Ring. Class 5 Dairy Beef, Hema Fuel, Kinsey Purvis. These be headed to the Makeup Ring. champion Candia steer will receive a chair sponsored by Walters Tire Center. This is a nice pair of steers also. There's some weight, about 200 pounds difference in weight range. I really like the spotted up steer as far as his eye appeal, his front end, where he comes out of the top of his shoulder with his neck and really strong top. But this old steer here that the young lady's dragging around here, I tell you what, he's another neat animal steer, just like those two Angus steers. I mean, when you look at him from the ground up, he's really square on his toes. He's got some bone. He's really sharp-fronted. He's got a big top in him, thick-ended, just a really nice steer. Handle's pretty nice, so I'm going to start with this steer here and then use a mottled steer for reserve. Let's give both those young people a big round of applause for bringing out two really nice key steers. The champion TV market animal is exhibited by Madeline Kuzman and reserved by Brenner Shooting. We're now ready for Class 4, dairy beef. We have two classes of dairy beef. In Class 4, we have Case and Beidel, with steel weighing 596, Brody Beidel, steel weighing 846, and Hannah Fuel with a steel weighing 906. In Class 5 dairy beef, Hannah Fuel, Kinsey Purvis in the makeup room. We need to be getting Class 6, main and Jew market animals, Grace Schutte, Jake Graves, ready. In Class 7, Sam Cappy with a red Angus. Champion dairy beef will receive a chair sponsored by Holzbach Dairy Farm. Matt Mobley representing them over here from WTRE on the radio.
Greensburg Power of the Past. Presenting sponsor, live at 5 on WTRE at the Decatur County Fair. Mark your calendars for this year's Greensburg Power of the Past show, August 13th through the 17th. Young farmers need to focus on building strong connections to their community, sharing their deep love of land and place, and helping people understand the value and importance of farming done well. The Hulsbosch Dairy family celebrates our 4-H youth, congratulates them for their hard work and dedication, and encourages a continued interest in agriculture for their future. Pavey Stockyards, a locally owned and operated business for over 70 years, is currently buying all classes of livestock. Located at 324 West McKee Street in Greensburg, Pavey's has a rich history in Decatur County. Pavey's stockyard owner Alan Meyer, along with cattle buyer Carl Meyer, secretary-treasurer Carol Narwald, and barn manager Larry Lawson, conduct business daily and invite you to call 812-663-4611 for current pricing.
That top down there.
This first class of dairy steers, we got some nice steers here. There's some differences though. When I look at these steers here, one of the things that we look at, same thing we do with beef steers, what kind of muscle shape and what kind of natural thickness they have. When I look at the loin, I look through the thorns, I look through the stifle, look how they track out. Those are all kind of indicators as far as their muscularity. And the other thing I think about, I look at proportionally to their size and scale, how much muscle do they have at this point in time. Now, granted, we're a long way from their end weight, and they're going to change a lot, but today, I think the steer that kind of satisfies or suits me the best, I know he gets a little bit high right there in his hip, but this old steer is really deep-bodied. When you put your hands on him, he fills your hand with so much more loin compared to either one of the steers on either side of him. So I'm going to use a young man right here in front of me. You're going to be first. Then I'm going to go for a young lady with the Holstein steer is going to be second, and the young guy here on the right is going to be third. Let's give all those exhibitors a nice round of applause for putting these and bringing these steers to us today. The winner of Class 4 Dairy Beef was Barry Beta. Second was Daniel Fuel. And third was Casey Beta. We're now ready for Class 5 Dairy Beef. Daniel Fuel and Mackenzie Purvis. So we need a Class 6, our main age juice steers to the makeup ring. Grace Schutte and Jake Graves. Class 7. Red Angus, Sam Cappy. We'll be ready for Class 8, all other breeds. Grace Nobby and Zeke Dillon. second class of dairy cattle feeders. Let's give both those young ladies a big round of applause for bringing in big old steers in here and their families, because I know there's a lot of time, a lot of feed, and a lot of effort. They take up a lot of space. So when I look at those two here, there's quite a bit of weight range difference in them. And when I look at the steer to my left, he's really a bigger forearm. He's a steer that's got just more total hip. He's really wide through his throws. He's really thick and got some expression and shape to his stifle. He's got some more creases in him for his muscularity. The young lady steer here to my right, he's just not there yet, and he's not showing near as much muscularity and shape, and that's what I'm going to go with. I'm going to go with the heavyweight steer here to win your class, the young lady here to the right for the second place. Let's give them all a big round of applause as they lead the win.
Kenzie, if you just want to stay in here, you can. So winner of Class 5 dairy beef was Kenzie Purvis. Out of Class 4, we need Brody Badel. This will be for our champion dairy beef. Once again, we're receiving an award sponsored by Host Posterity. Next up, we'll have Class 6, our lean and juice steers. Grace Judy, Jake Graves. Followed by Class 7, Red Angus, Sam Cappy. Class 8, AOBs, Grace Nobby and Zeke Dillon. Dairy beef division. We got a pair of steers out here. I think they're quality enough. I look at their muscularity and shape and which one's the closest to their end point, and it's pretty easy for me to decide the young lady steer is going to be the champion dairy beef steer just because he's got more muscle and he's closer to that end point. Let's go ahead and then bring in the second place steer. Go ahead and put your steer in the front or in the corner. This decision's a little tougher for me. I like things about both these steers. I like the frame and extension the young lady's got. I like the volume and dimension. I just think they're just proportionate to their size and scale. Which one's got the most muscularity and shape? And to me, I think it's this young man steer. They're going to be reserved. Let's give them all a big round of applause as they leave the ring. Our champion dairy beef is exhibited by Kenzie Purvis, and our reserve exhibited by Brody Bagel. We are now ready for our Maine and June market animals, Grace Judy and Jake Graves. Our champion Maine and June steer will receive a chair sponsored by Nutrient Ag Solutions. Once again today our judge is Tom Yoss from Marpleville, Indiana, ag teacher at Hamilton Southeastern, and prominent livestock judge and coach, Angus enthusiast. Grace's steer weighs 1,304 pounds. Jake Graves' steer weighs 1,489. In Class 7, Red Angus, Sam Caffey and the makeup woman. In Class 8, Grace Nobby, Zeke Dillon are AOBs. And in our first class of crossbred steers, Class 9, Abigail Comer and Mason Comer. We got a really nice pair of steers out here. They're different. They're type and time. It kind of depends what kind you like. You know, I mean, if you want a more modern frame steer that's got a little bit more shape and dimension, that's the steer on the right. If you want a steer that's got a little more length of body and a steer might be a little more attractive, you sit down a little nicer in his tail head, you know, you can go for that steer. But when I look at these steers, I like to look at them and walk them, or let them walk, see which ones come at me with the most width, the true width when they're on the move. And when I look at those two steers, I just
just see this white steer being a little wider tracking on both ends. A steer that what you see is what you get. He's got a lot of rib shape. He's big top. He's got a big jut muscle. He's going to win this class. The black steer is going to be second. I like the black steer. He's fitted to the T. Somebody spent a lot of time on him, but when it comes down to the two, which one do you like? I like this kind of steer more so than that steer there. He gets a little run downhill. He wants to get tucked up in his flank just a little bit, but a nice pair of steers. Different judge, a different placing, but today the white steer will win. Let's give them a nice round of applause as they lead the ring.
The champion of ANGU was exhibited by Grace Shooting, Grace is one of our Team 4-H members, preserved by Jake Graves. We're now ready for Class 7, Red Angus steers, Sam Caffey with a steer weighing 1,402 pounds. In Class 8 are all of the breed steers, Grace Nobby, Zeke Dillon. Beginning ready in Class 9 crossbred and Class 10 crossbred steers to the makeup ring. Class 9, Abigail Comer and Macy Comer. Class 10, Kinsey Purvis, Wayne Scudder, and Garrett Scudder. Champion Red Angus will receive a chair sponsored by COLA. Together for this young man and his Red Angus steer. This is a really nice Red Angus steer. I tell you, he's mellow to the touch. He's got a big top in him. He doesn't disappoint when he comes to you and goes away from you, and he's still got look. You know, this old steer, I don't know if you're planning on taking the state fair or not, but I'll tell you what, I think he'd be legitimate to go up there to the state fair. This is really a nice steer. Let's give him another round of applause as he leaves the ring. The champion Red Angus steer exhibited by Sam Caffey. We are now ready for Class 8 AOB steers. Grace Nobby with a steer weighing 1,005 pounds. Zeke Dillon with a steer weighing 1,115 pounds. We have Class 9, Abigail Comer and Macy Comer in the makeup ring. Class 10, Kinsey Purvis, Wayne Scudder, Garrett Scudder. Be heading to the makeup ring.
steers out here, Mr. Breed. Really nice pair of steers. I'll tell you what, though, the thing I like about this white steer is he's really close to 12 o'clock. You put your hands on him, he's got some cover. He's pretty uniform in his cover, right where it needs to be. He's got some depth and the volume and dimension to that loin, proportion to his size. He's got some bulge and some dimension. And he definitely, when he tracks out right on both ends compared to the speckled steer. Speckled steer is a little longer, he's a little bigger, he's a little heavier. He doesn't have the finish over him. He's a little shallower in his loin edge, and he just tracks a little bit nearer to me. The white one's going to be your winner, and the second one's going to be a reserve. Let's give them a nice round of applause as they leave the ring.
The champion AOB was shown by Grace Nobby, reserve Zeke Dillon. And we're now ready for our first class of crossbred steers, Abigail Comer and Macy Comer.
4 claps for them. And what's the weight range on the ones at the end?
At the end, 1352 to 1417.
How about the class before that?
1290 to 1313.
Is that all the steers?
Pardon?
Is that all the steers? Did I go too fast?
No, you're doing just fine.
You sure?
I do, sir.
Well, it seems like it.
We should have Class 2 crossbred steers in the makeup ring, Kinsey Purvis, Lane Scudder, Garrett Scudder. Class 11, Grant Biltz, Winner Shooting, Eli Biltz, and Riker Stevens. Classes of crossbred steers. The champion crossbred will receive a chair sponsored in the name of Adam Holkamp and Holkamp Marine Livestock. First class of crossbred steers. Let's put your hands together for these two young showmen coming out here and showing your steers. Look, they're really clean. They don't have a lot of hair on them, so you don't need to do a lot of fitting with them. I mean, you know, if you got hair, you got hair. If you don't have hair, don't fight it and just kind of live with it. But what you see is what you get. Now, they're fresh. They're a little light, but, you know, they're crossbred steers, and you got lightweight steers, medium weight, and heavyweight, and extra heavy, and all that. So, but these are two nice, high-quality steers. I really like the steer the young lady's got in the yellow shirt, a little longer, a little squarer knee, tracks a little wider. He'll be your class winner, and the one that's kind of acting not real good, he'll be second. Let's give them all another round of applause, okay? Congratulations to Macy Kuma, winner of Class 9. We're now ready for Class 10, crossbred steers. Kinsey Purvis with a steer weighing 980. Lane Scudder with a steer weighing 1,112. Garrett Scudder with a steer weighing 1,231. In the makeup ring, we should have Grant Bolts, Brenner Shooty, Levi Bolts, and Riker Stevens. Grace Shooty, Isabella Scudder, and Jesse Bills to be making their way to the makeup ring.
This is a really nice class of stairs here. A young lady here on the right with stair, a little lighter, has a little tougher time to compete with these other two stairs. But these two stairs, the red stair and the black stair, there's things I like about it. You know, I've talked about structure a lot, and I know this stair, the black stair to my left, it's pretty straight off his front end, but I think he's mobile enough for the weight he is. It's not hindering. I think he can go up the scales or go up the loading rack to get there, to get to the slaughterhouse. I would like to kind of push him back in his shoulder, get him a little more correct angle there, clean him up in his sheath. But when you get your hands on him, this steer's got muscle down his top. He's really thick in that loin edge. Get behind him, he's got more center and lower width to his round, and he'll be your class winner. The red steer here in front will be second, and the black body that the young lady's got is going to be third. Let's give all those exhibitors a nice round of applause.
Placing first in Class 10 is Garrett Scudder, second Wayne Scudder. We're now ready for Class 11 crossbred steers. Grant Boats with the steer weighing 1,290 pounds. Bruno Shooty with the steer weighing 1,295 pounds. Eli Boats with the steer weighing 1,309. And Riker Stevens with the steer weighing 1,313. We should have Class 12 crossbred steers in the makeup ring. Lee Webb, Grace Shooty, Isabella Scudder, and Jesse Bills. Once again, our champion crossbred will receive a chair sponsored by Hokamp Land and Livestock in memory of Adam Hokamp. Once again, thank Shooty Excavating for the new breed champion signs. Make sure you return those to Becky Vanderveer at the end of the week, please.
Right. Right.
I really want to go to the practice course tonight, but the fact that I have to leave at 3 a.m. tomorrow is really discouraging.
Yeah, I would say so too.
Privy to who judges the Tom Swain? Do you have any
I
idea?
have no idea. And I don't want to. The less the better. Yeah, the less I know about the better. I said, listen, the last name is freaking Sharman. Like it was for 2 years. I said, it's not like if we aren't related to you, but yeah, it's not a common name. More than
We got a class of stairs here, and if you're sitting on the sideline, you probably wouldn't believe me if I said there was only 23 pounds difference from the lightest to the heaviest stair. They're all pretty much the same. When you look at these stairs here, I would think the guy down at the place you sell stairs to, when you brought these 4 stairs in, his ears would wiggle and his eyes would get real big because they'd like to buy a bunch of stairs that look like it. These stairs are really uniform. I think every one of these stairs is going to grade today. They handle a little bit different, but they got a lot of muscle and a lot of shape to them, and just a really nice set of stairs out here as far as market beef stairs. Now, how about show stairs? There's one show stair out here. Now, he's got a lot of weight here, and somebody spent a lot of time getting that thing ready, and he can tell because he's panting pretty heavy. He don't like it in here because it's hot. He wants to be underneath that nice fan. But when you get under through that hair, he's still got a lot of natural thickness and muscle mass. He handles really well, and he'll be your class winner. So young man, pull him up here out of the way so we can talk about these other stairs. Now, with these other stairs here, you can give and take. Oh, you want to shake my hand? Okay. So anyway, when I look at those, the stair I'm going to go with in second is going to be the blonde stair. That stair there is a pretty nice stair. He's got a lot of muscle. He's covered really well. He gets a little round all over his hip a little bit. Where I had problems and was kind of weighing back and forth is 306 here, the young man in the blue shirt, and the young man here in the corner. And those 2 stairs, go ahead and bring that blonde stair in here, okay? But he's a mediocre stair. He's going to have a good yield grade to him too, I believe. But this old stair here, these 2 stairs, they're a little different. One is right at 12 o'clock in my terms. The other one's a little past 12 o'clock, like at 12:30. You know, not bad, but when I get my hands on it, I think there's more red meat and more higher dressing percentage in the young man in the corner. So you're going to be third, and this young man here is going to be fourth. But fourth's not bad because this are 4 really good, high-quality stairs, and the people on the outside ought to put their hands together for these exhibitors and their families to bring stairs of this high quality to your show. The winner of Class 11, Crossbred Steers, was Riker Stevens. Second was Bruno Schroeder. Please take those steers to the makeup ring, come back in for the champion crossbred drive. We're now ready for Class 12 crossbred steers.
Lulu Bell Webb, Grace Schutte, Isabella Scudder, and Jesse Billis. Steers away from 1352 to 1417. So we'll need our winner of Class 9 crossbreds, Macy Coleman, Class 10, Garrett Scudder, Class 11, Riker Stevens, and the makeup winner. Please be getting out of your breed champion market animals to the makeup ring. Our green champion steer drive, market animal drive. Now the market heifer division, Adeline Kuzman. Now the Angus, Claire Grody. Adam Key, Adeline Kuzman. Gary Beef, Kinsey Purvis. Wayne June, Grace Schutte. Red Angus, Sam Caffey. AOB, Grace Nabu.
think it's a real tribute to the people here in Decatur County, because somebody showed them kids how to feed these steers. I tell you what, steer after steer after steer, it's fed the right way. Okay, I mean, when you talk about just feeding them and getting them to where they need to be at the end, there must be some great cattle feeders down here, because every one of these steers that's came in here lately has really had a good feel to them. They got adequate amount of muscle to them, and then so to me, what do I look like as far as how am I going to place them? We got a really nice steer, I think, to start with. The young lady there in the pink or red shirt, whatever it is. This old steer is 12 o'clock. This steer handles really fresh. This old steer, go ahead and stick him up in the corner. This old steer here, when you look at him from his brisket all the way back, he's long spine, he's got a big loin in him. You might want to say, well, he needs more muscle when he's back in. But he's adequate in his muscularity and shape for the size he is and for the way he's made. I think he's just a really nice steer. I'd like to have a lot of steers that look like him. Then we come down here, we got this red steer and this black steer. And there's some differences in them. I just like the soundness and the way the red steer moves a little better than the black steer. So the red steer here will be second. Go ahead and pull him in. This black steer, big stout steer, just like to see him just be a little sounder and move a little better for what he is. And he'll be third. This young lady steer, the chocolate steer, really got a lot of muscle shape, but he really wants to break behind his shoulder, and he gets up and he's topped some. But what really concerns me is when you stand behind him, he really gets cut up in his twist. He just doesn't really have the depth of the twist I'd like to see. He just had that total muscle and mass in that round and quarter compared to these other steers. So nice set of steers. Again, the black steer first, the red steer will be second, the black steer will be third, and this chocolate steer will be fourth. Let's give them all a big round of applause as they leave the ring.
Placing first in Class 12 was Lulu Bell Webb. We are now ready to show for our champion crossbred steer. Out of Class 9, we need Macy Coleman. Out of Class 10, Garrett Scudder. Out of Class 11, Riker Stevens. And out of Class 12, Lulu Bell. We need all our breed champion steers to the makeup ring. Out of the Market Heifer Division, Adeline Cruzman. Out of the Angus Division, Claire Brody. Kia, Adeline Cruzman. Dairy Beef, Kinsey Purpose. Maine Jew, Grace Judy. Red Angus, Sam Cappy. Yellow Lead, Grace Nobby. And now showing for champion crossbred steer.
got 4 class winners in here. Let's give those exhibitors and their families a nice round of applause for bringing in here. This first steer, he's just a little further from his end point to be in contention for this deal today, but he's a nice steer. He just needs more time and energy. The young man's got a nice steer here. He's maybe not as pretty as far as you want to see. As far as his balance, he gets a little front heavy, a little more brisket, wants to run downhill just a tick, but a steer that's got some value as far as his muscularity, shape, and his market and profitability. We get down here, this steer here, almost too much hair. You know, you say, oh my gosh, Sean, you said too much hair. Yeah, you know, I told Chevy back there when we started the beef congress, I said, let's share these steers like they do in Texas. He said, oh no, we can't do that. That'd be terrible, terrible. And, but I tell you what though, when you look through the hair and you handle the steer, this steer here, it's still got a lot of value and a lot of shape and dimension. Big rib, he got a super hind quarter on him, and he's still made pretty good. He's easy to look at. The black steer back here, again, he's really fresh. He's at 12 o'clock, and he's turned probably. He just maybe doesn't have that wow factor to him. He's got a nice side view profile. He balances up. He's adequate in his muscularity, but just maybe needs a little more punch. But so your champion crossbred steer is going to be a little guy right here. You're going to put that steer up there in the corner or put him somewhere. I'm sure you're not going to lose him. Okay, and let's bring that second place steer in here. Okay, this blonde steer in here, really a long neck steer. Steer that's really chiseled out through that front end. Steer that has got some rib shape and dimension. He's got a lot of muscle and thickness to him. Big old forearm to him. Again, though, he gets back there that back rear quarter, and he kind of runs out of gas from his stifle down to his lower quarter. But a really nice steer. I'm going to go ahead and use this heavyweight steer, black steer here. I just think he's right today. He's got a nice look to him, and he's going to be a reserve champion crossbred. Let's give him all another big round of applause. We are ready to pick our green champion market animal. That's your 2025 Decatur County Fair. Representing the Angus breed will be Claire Brody. The Chucking market heifer, Adeline Cruzman. The champion key steer, also exhibited by Adeline Cruzman. Champion dairy beef, Kenzie Porpoise. Champion lean, Grace Schutte. The champion red Angus, Sam Tappy. Champion AOB, Grace Snobby. And the champion crossbred, Riker Stevens.
Grand Champion Market Animal will receive the McCracken Rotating Trophy. They will also receive a replica of the trophy sponsored by Napoleon State Bank. A banner sponsored by Premier Ag Co-op. A bag sponsored by Ethos Insurance and Risk Management, Agent Beth Enron. The Reserve Grand Champion will receive a trophy sponsored by Cox Livestock. And a banner sponsored by Indiana Farm Bureau, Jake Maddox. We're now serving for Grand Champion Market Animal.
The Jackman Animal Clinic in Milroy is a full-service veterinary clinic that has been serving southeastern Indiana since 1979. They're committed to providing high-quality and compassionate veterinary care throughout the life of your pet or livestock. Their services and facilities are designed to assist in routine preventive care for healthy pets and farm animals, early detection and treatment of disease as your animal ages, and complete medical and surgical veterinary care as necessary during his or her lifetime. Open weekdays 8 to 5 and Saturdays 8 to noon. Jackman Animal Clinic is located at 700 East Main Street in Milroy. Phone 765-629-2134 or see them online at jackmananimalclinic.com. Pavey Stockyards, a locally owned and operated business for over 70 years, is currently buying all classes of livestock. Located at 324 West McKee Street in Greensburg, Pavey's has a rich history in Decatur County. Pavey's stockyard owner Alan Meyer, along with cattle buyer Carl Meyer, secretary-treasurer Carol Narwald, and barn manager Larry Lawson, conduct business daily and invite you to call 812-663-4611 for current pricing. The Greensburg Power of the Past, presenting sponsor of Live at 5 on WTRE at the Decatur County Fair. Mark your calendars for this year's Greensburg Power of the Past show, August 13th through the 17th.
Scott. You know, coming down here today, I was thinking about several things, like always. I always like 2 days behind with a bad weather forecast ahead of me. But I know about a year ago that this county took a pretty hard hit when they lost one of the really good people, Merrill Smith. And when the young guy that coaches with him told me up there at that McDonald's we stopped at that he had had a stroke, man, it hit me like a ton of bricks. And then a few days later he passed on. But Merrill was a livestock person. He loved to judge, he loved to compete, but Merrill's strength was his family and his faith. And he was always the same win, lose, or draw. So I just wanted to give a shout out to Merrill Smith and his family because I think he deserves it. These steers, you've heard me talk about them. I've probably dissected them and re-dissected them more than you wanted to hear because it's hot and muggy in here, but at the same time, that's what you get paid to do is because there's always going to be a few people who want to know what they liked about your steer or didn't like about the steer or whatever the case may be. But we get down here to the final drive and you see some really good steers out here. I talked about them as far as, you know, the quality of the Angus and the key and the maintainer and the red pole and the crossbreds and the market heifer and all those, and you say, hey, you know, but there's some really good cattle here. But the thing about it, they're pressing me, they're really fed well. I mean, you all have said something about that earlier, but these cattle have been fed and taken care of. They're clean, they're pure, and you know, you've just done a wonderful thing in the way your beef associations brought these and helped these kids. And I know it's got to be a team effort. It can't be just one person doing it. It's got to be several people. When I walked in here this morning, I seen your banner up there. Somewhere in this barn, there's a little kid who wants to be just like you someday. You owe it to them to be the best you can be. And I think today we have the best that you can be in a cattle show from the first class to the last class. Whether you agree with me or don't, that's one thing or another. But you ought to be really proud of your 4-H'ers that's in here today because they've done an excellent job. I'll go out here and pick your champion reserve and we'll go on. Champion steer 2025 Bigger County Fair exhibited by Riker Stevens out of the crossbred division. We need the Louisville Webb with the reserve, please. Head for the fan, buddy.
Head for the fan. Wow, you're going in a truck.
You're going to do this.
The reserve market animal is the market heifer, exhibited by Adeline Cruzman. That concludes the market show. Everybody would like to come back tomorrow night for the Tom Swain Memorial Showmanship Contest. You guys see the Vanderbilt family around, telling thanks, everybody. Thank you for helping with the show today.